Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. We're right with you. Dip dip dippity doo doo. Dip dip dippity doo doo. Alrighty. Oop, not the song again. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? I feel like I'm at a public event and they're like, I can't hear you. I said, are you ready? And then they make you say it again. Are you ready? Good, my green screen was accurate. Some days I'll set up my green screen ahead of time before I turn on the stream, so I kind of know if it'll be right or not, but then some days I hit go live before I adjust my green screen, and so I just have to hope that it looks good when I turn it on. I think it looks good today. What's up with this little bit of air? I need to do something with that. Let me just say, some days I get tired of having hair. And I just want to shave it all off. I might do it in the summer, I don't know. When it starts to get really hot. Just feels a lot better than having a bunch of hair when it's hot. Anyway, happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Happy Wednesday. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Are we asleep? Hello? Are we sleeping? Wake up. Wake up, you've been sleeping. How was my walk yesterday? It was good. We walked over to the park. We took the dogs. There were kids practicing baseball. It was a nice walk. Quad throw for 30 months? Where does the time go? Where does the time go? 30 months? Where does the time go? If you were to ask me, how long does it feel like you've been streaming? I feel like I've been streaming for 3 months. It feels like I've been doing this for about 3 months. Oh yeah, that's because at the start of the year it was New Year, New Me, and I'm a new me, so that's why it feels like I've been only doing it for 3 months. That makes sense. Did anyone do something nice for themselves yesterday? Spill it. What was your homework? Your homework is to go do something nice for yourself. So what did you do? Spill it. I do recognize that sometimes I have a very non-therapist way of acting. I have a hard time being completely serious sometimes. Can you imagine going into a therapist's office and he was like, well, I told you to be nice to yourself. What'd you do? Spill it. I don't know, I just think it's funny. Therapy can be really serious sometimes, but just because it can be really serious sometimes doesn't mean that it can't be funny sometimes too. I find in the best therapy sessions, you do a little bit of crying, a little bit of laughing, you just experience the full breadth of your emotional range. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's like going to the gym and you do a whole body workout. You cover all the bases. I made dinner. Does that count? Only if you put love into it. Did you put love into the meal? I'm just fidgeting with my snack packages. Let me get these out of the way. My phone out of here. What did you have for dinner yesterday? This goes for everybody. What did you have for dinner yesterday? Mushroom Swiss burgers and potato wedges. That sounds like a good dinner. Sounds like a good dinner. Made my own budget Chipotle bowl. There you go. It's the only way to do it. And you realize how much it costs to make a Chipotle bowl at home. It's like, oh, why was I paying $10 for these? Because I didn't feel like chopping all those tomatoes. Tandoori chicken, baked broccoli and mushrooms with rice-a-roni. Sounds tasty. Tuna salad sandwich and roasted cauliflower. You know, I'm okay with tuna salad, but we never have tuna salad because I don't know if, I think Casey doesn't like it. Like if I have tuna at the house, unless it's like a tuna steak and we're gonna like sear it or something. Type of logs that stain the bowl. You know, Big Mike, are you familiar with German toilets? I can only imagine that you'd get quite a kick out of the German toilet. I've got no comment. I'm just gonna stop talking. But no, they have a toilet that has like a platform in it. It doesn't have like a bowl. Well, I mean it does have a bowl, but the bowl has like a platform in it, and so whenever you use the German toilet, it like lands onto this platform. It's not under the water, so it's way stinkier. Just so you know. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, now you do know. Not that you needed to know that. Interesting. Thank you for being nice about it. Accidentally projectile vomited into a toilet. I was in a restaurant located in the hotel room at the Mirage. That's funny, I also projectile vomited the last time I was in Vegas. Small world. I think Las Vegas might be one of the cities in which projectile vomiting happens at an above average rate. I'd probably put it up there with like Louisiana. Or like, you know, like New Orleans. Which city do you think gets puked on the most? Is this gross to talk about? Is this anybody sensitive to this? Like Vegas has to be up there. They basically, like, if you sit down at a machine at Vegas, like, they'll just bring you drinks and you don't even have to pay for them. They're free. They want you drunk in Vegas. They'll just give you alcohol. It's wild. I've never seen that anywhere. Except for Vegas. I saw Dune 2 last night, and I'm sat and ready to read the entire book series now. You know what's also good is the audiobook. The audiobook, at least for the first book, because it's like narrated, and it's got like different people for like the different parts and stuff. It's pretty cool. There's like a full-on production for it. Yeah, audiobooks are sweet. Vegas and New Orleans are probably pretty high up there. See, I have to think there are probably some places in Florida, like St. Petersburg, Florida, Daytona Beach, Florida, Where's the University of Florida at? I forgot. Something with a G. I forget the name of it. Gainesville. That's it. Gainesville, Florida. Vegas might be. I'm sorry that we're talking about this, but I'm just thinking about it. You know, Vegas, I would have to say Vegas is probably the most vomited on city. But if we're looking at the most vomited on state, it's probably Florida. Florida probably has like 10 cities in it that would make the top list of like the top 20 cities that get puked on. Has to be. I'm just thinking about it for, you know, my puke averse people. Like if you're a vomit sensitive person, you need to know beforehand when you go to a city before you travel. You know, you don't want to be accidentally exposed to people puking all over the place. Vomiting in pregnancy helps Florida's baby rate. See, I'm not just thinking of vomiting in a bathroom. I'm thinking public vomiting on the street, just walking around. I wonder if anyone's done any research in this. I wonder if anybody's, is there like a top 10 most vomited on cities in the United States? It would just be sad to find out that this data just doesn't exist somewhere. Like nobody thinks that's important. Sorry, but I'm interested. I'm invested in this now. Got a Google result. Now we're talking. It'd be difficult to quantify. Well, do you want to talk about how we could possibly quantify this? I am trained in research methods. If I needed to come up with an experiment, I could. So what you would want to do is you'd need to find out, on average, how much alcohol a person has to consume before they are pretty much guaranteed to be thrown up in the streets. You have to look at the overall alcohol consumption in that city and the number of people, and then you just do some math. So basically, in what cities are people binging such an amount of alcohol that they are statistically far more likely to be puking in public? The drunkest cities in the US. I would say that the drunkest cities in the US list is probably pretty similar. There's going to be a lot of correlation there. This is why we need vomitoriums. Yeah, just bring back the Bacchanal. Just bring back the Bacchanal. You know, there were people actually doing that when I went to the buffet. The buffet in Caesar's Palace is called the Bacchanal. If you don't know what a Bacchanal is, look it up. Go do some research. We went to the Bacchanal. This giant buffet. It's like ridiculously expensive. It's like, God, how much was it? Like somewhere between like $60 and $80 a person. It was ridiculous. Sean went up to go to the bathroom, and he said that there were definitely people in there purging in the bathroom at the buffet. And I'm like, that is wild. He said there were people like lined up to do it. That's wild. Isn't that wild? People are like, I paid good money to eat at this buffet. I'm getting my money's worth. Like, the thought wouldn't even cross my mind to go do that, but Vegas is unhinged. Vegas is wild. If you haven't been, alright, I'm gonna crack open the question box. We've only got one question sitting in there so far, so if you've got questions, it's a great time to get them in. We might take a stroll through some of the old presentations today, too. We might go through and revisit one of the old ones. I've been mulling over some ideas for like new ones to write, but they would be more like the one we did yesterday. They would be more like thought prompt, like mental exercise type stuff, and less like just straight up like educational, like these are the symptoms of depression. But both are important, don't get me wrong. One day I'll work up the courage to ask what I need to ask. Just borrow some of my courage. Just create a tiny little version of me in your brain and make him do it. People tell me it works. They tell me it works. I say make a tiny little version of me in your brain. They tell me it works. Hi, Papa. I wrote her about a week ago on how I felt stuck in my job, and there was a consensus that my manager was pretty bad. To give an update, I ended up telling my manager how I've been feeling and that I've been meaning to quit. I didn't plan for this, but ended up crying in front of her. Since we had layoffs a couple of days ago, I think that was the tip of the iceberg, and especially how the company handled it. There's more. Let's see. Thank you for the update, by the way. My manager is trying to compromise to see what she can do for me so I can reevaluate if I want to stay or quit. I decided to hear her out since I wasn't in the right state of mind. I'm wondering if that's what it feels like in a toxic relationship. I also feel like she's probably thinking more about the team morale rather than how I'm actually feeling. Now, this could be true. This could be true. The question is, do you want to give them the benefit of the doubt? Sometimes this is how it feels. But sometimes our feelings aren't accurate. I'm not saying yours aren't, but what I'm saying is feelings aren't facts. And if we have perfectly valid reasons for not trusting people when they say, I'm going to do better, if we have valid reasons for, being in disbelief, it can be hard to believe in people. If we're so accustomed to not believing people when they say, I'll do better, it makes it really hard to actually believe somebody when they actually mean it. So, all you can really do is give them the opportunity to, put their money where their mouth is. I have to give her my final answer tomorrow if I'm leaving or staying. Why? That's actually your decision that you can make at any time, whenever you want to. You can quit at any moment, whenever you decide that you want to. What do they mean you have to tell them? Like, what are they gonna do if you're saying I'm still thinking about it? Like, what are they gonna do? It sounds like someone is giving you an illusion of choice. It also sounds like they're trying to put you in a position where they need to know if they need to start looking to hire someone else to replace you. They're probably just looking at it from a managerial staffing standpoint. I have to fill these shoes. I have to find a warm body to do this work. So that's why they want you to know. But the reality is you don't have to give them an answer. You don't have to tell them if you don't know. If you're still thinking about it, you're still thinking about it. You don't have to make this decision right away. It seemed like today she put a lot of effort in our team meeting to include my ideas and let everyone be heard this time around, but I feel like her actions came too late. Well, now hold on here. I'm just trying to be fair. You asked very recently for these types of changes, and now your boss is making these types of changes, but it also feels like it's too late. It would have been nice if the boss had made the changes without needing to be asked. But unfortunately, the truth was the boss needed to get asked. And so you asked, and now the changes are being made. So what else can you expect? Now, I'm not trying to, take the boss's side or anything. I'm just saying that this is just a general bit of advice in life in general, in any of our relationships. Ask a person or talk to a person about an issue before it becomes too late to do something about that issue. I mean, if you talk to somebody about an issue and then they start working on it, isn't that what you would want them to do? It would have been nice if they had already done something about it without having to be asked. But I just feel like sometimes people they'll do that. So I feel like sometimes just people just do that. They're just like, well, I asked you to change, and now you are changing, but you're not changing fast enough, or you're not changing the amount that I want you to change, and so that's not good enough. Sometimes people don't recognize a problem until we tell them that there's a problem. So give them an opportunity to work on it. And if they show you that they're making a meaningful effort to do so, just try to be patient with them. Just like you would want somebody to be patient with you if you had to make some changes. We shouldn't demand ourselves to change immediately. But we also shouldn't demand that of other people. I'm hopeful, but I don't want to get lulled into a false hope that she will be able to be a good manager to me. I've worked under her for 2 years, and it didn't seem to me that she made effort to listen to my ideas. But I wanted to hear from outside perspectives since I'm not in the best state of mind. Any advice is welcome, and thanks for listening. I would just say it's going to take more than a day of those changes being made for you to know whether you want to stay or you want to go. Me personally, I probably just wouldn't even bring it up to your boss unless they came to you and like asked you about it. So like, so what are you gonna do? If you're still thinking about it, you're still thinking about it. Get an extension. It's not that I haven't asked. I've mentioned things to her, but maybe I didn't communicate it in a way for her to know that I wanted to implement those changes. That is a possibility. I mean, we could always... We can always work on improving our communication. Like, nobody's a perfect communicator, and there are better and worse ways of communicating our needs. That being said, what does your gut tell you? How long do you want to give your boss to try to, do those things that you're trying to get done? My gut is telling me that I'm mentally and physically exhausted. And it sounds like you need a nap. It sounds like nap time. This is my first time deciding to quit a job. Believe it or not, you're allowed to quit a job whenever you want to. You don't actually have to give anybody a notice. It's a nice thing to do. It's more of a courtesy. Like, they're not allowed to give you a bad reference from lack of notice, I don't think. There are actually, like, restrictions and regulations regarding like the type of reference that a former employer can give you, and I don't think that they can punish you for like not giving proper notice when you leave. I might be wrong on that. It might vary depending on where you're at, but it's not like a law that you have to give a 2-week notice. Take the time you need to think about it. You don't need to have that decision made by tomorrow. There's no rule that says you have to do that. The manager just wants that from you to ease their own anxiety about potentially having to hire a new person. So let them sweat a little bit. I'm old. I need to take a heartburn medication. All of this coffee's getting to me. I got a clip. Hell yeah. One of these days there's gonna be a bounty on clips, I swear. One of these days. I've dated my boyfriend for right at 4.5 years, but I think I'm going to break up with him tonight. I've thought about this for a while, and I feel solid in my decision. But I'll be losing my best friend and only friend. I know I'll be happiest without him and that I'm making the right choice. I'm scared to not have anyone to talk to anymore. I guess maybe if you have any encouragement or helpful thoughts. It's all just scary right now. Let me just say something. It's tough. It's a tough situation to be in. Let me just say something. It speaks volumes that you would rather be alone than be with him. That to me just says that you're really not happy there. So it sounds to me like it might be for the best. This is why it's important to have friends outside of just your, romantic partnership. This is why you want to, because, we don't want to fall into like codependent trends. Like if you've only got one person that you're talking to and spending time with and socializing with, it's like it's pretty hard to not start to develop some codependent behaviors. It's just a side effect of prolonged social exposure. Realistically, so you're scared that you don't have anybody to talk to afterwards. What can we do about that? Are there old friendships that you could consider rekindling? Are there people that you could reach out to that you might not have talked to in a while and say, hey, how have you been? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Or maybe taking some time to engage in your hobbies and interests and taking those opportunities to perhaps meet some new people who have similar hobbies and interests and try to make some new friends. Mike says, dump them. I don't want to read into this too much. I don't want to read into this too much and come across as like judgmental or anything, but sometimes you wonder, it's like, was there something about the relationship that inhibited you from reaching out to other people socially? You just see that in relationships sometimes. Like, sometimes in relationships, a person will stop socializing with their friends and they become more distant, and it just becomes more and more focused on the person that they're with. Also, if you don't mind internet friends, this is a good place to make internet friends. Some of the friendliest people I've ever met. We're starting a friendship club and it's free. No membership fees required. No monthly fee to pay. We're building a team. Find a new support network. Yeah, you gotta build a new support network. A support network, it's a net. And a net isn't a good net if it's only made of one string. You don't want a net that's just a single strand. Just me and this other person. It's like, no, you need all sorts of people. The more connections you have in the net, the better that net works. Helping people identify their social net and helping them expand it and re-engage and make new connections was a really important thing that we did with a lot of our therapy patients. I don't know what it is about people that just makes us feel like we can do it on our own when clearly we can't. I like having multiple nets and keep certain groups separate. Not a bad idea. See, when it comes to having friendships and forming relationships, you get to determine how close do I grow with this person, how much emotion do I invest in this person, and there are different layers and different dimensions to friendships. You're gonna have your friends or your acquaintances where it's just like, you're gonna go do something fun, you're gonna go to the zoo, you're gonna go see a movie, you call that friend. It's your friend you call when you want to go have fun and you're looking for somebody to go have fun with. You're having a bad day. You want to have a friend come over, you can make dinner and share some wine and trauma dump on each other. Could be the same friend, could be a different friend. Socialization is a powerful tool. And it fits all sorts of different purposes. I keep IRL friends and internet friends separate. Would you believe I was actually able to bridge the gap? I made 2 into 1. I think in time I'll bridge the gap. There you go. You wanna be the common denominator between all of these people. You wanna be the glue that binds them all together. Some of my besties IRL were stalking me quietly in Star Wars The Old Republic. They must really like you. I think we might take a trip down memory lane, go revisit one of these old slideshows. Let's go through some material. Let's do some conversating. Let's do some... You know what? I think I have the perfect one. I have a slideshow about codependency. I'm not accusing anybody of being codependent. It just came up in conversation. Me deleting my paragraphs worth of question. No, that's not allowed. I'm gonna come back to the questions, and I want there to be questions waiting for me when I get back. That's not allowed. That's forbidden. That's illegal. We'll circle back to the question box, don't worry. I just needed something to talk about, otherwise it's just strange man sitting in space eating a Pop-Tart. I mean, if you're here for that, I'm really happy for you. But I feel compelled to speak about stuff. It just can't help but gab. Me Googling how to undo deleting paragraphs worth of questions. Control Z should do the trick. I had friends not realize they were codependent because obviously nobody talks about that kind of thing in depth, so it happens. Here's the thing about a codependency and a codependent relationship. Let's say that you knew somebody who you thought was probably in a codependent relationship. If you went and talked to somebody who was in a codependent relationship and you showed them all of the signs and symptoms of being in a codependent relationship, they could probably very easily recognize them in the other person, but they might have a harder time recognizing them in themselves. That, in my experience, is how things tend to go when it comes about talking about codependency with people. They're like, oh yeah, them? They're very codependent. Me, on the other hand, not so much. Maybe a little. Like, no, I'm sorry, but it doesn't work that way. Codependency is a co-op game. It takes two to play codependency. I have no disillusions. We're gonna make a monk out of you. Alright, let's talk about codependency. Again, I'm not pointing this out as for anybody in particular. Sometimes when I talk about this kind of stuff, people feel targeted. They're like, ooh, he's talking about me. I'm feeling attacked here. I'm feeling targeted here. But let me just say, we all can engage in these types of behaviors from time to time. This is just something that happens in human relationships. It's in our nature to depend on one another. Nobody makes it on their own. I haven't slept in 3 nights. Are the hallucinations starting?
Dogs?
You start to hallucinate after about 10 hours of no sleep. Or about 24 hours of no sleep. So what is the line crossed to where it's a bad thing? I think we cover that in this presentation, but I'm not sure. I forget what all exactly is in it. That being said, there is a line, and it basically is this helping me or is this hurting me? Like, it's good to have close bonds with people. It's good to be able to trust people and to depend on others just as you want others to trust and depend on you. But when it comes to like how you formulate and create your emotions, you don't want your emotions to be contingent on someone else's emotions. You don't want to, it can just lead you to be less authentic, less genuine. You prioritize someone else, and it overrides your, like, what you need. I'm late, but for good reason. You're actually just in time. You're right on time. Anyway. Codependency is when you care too much about someone else's happiness, often at the expense of your own. Karen Salmonshern. That sounds like a I don't know, that sounds like a pretty Germanic last name. In codependent relationships, we often lose ourselves trying to fix others. Lisa A. Romano. Codependency is a dance of wounded souls. Just some codependency quotes. There was a time when I was really into putting quotes up before the presentation. There are codependency quotes too. There's quotes about anything. Alright, so what is codependency? Let's pretend you have no idea what I'm talking about. Codependency is a behavioral pattern where one person in a relationship excessively relies on the other for emotional and psychological needs. One of the clear examples of a codependent relationship. Let me give you an example of what a codependent relationship might look like. Adult child living at home with a single parent. Some of the most codependent relationships that I've ever seen in my experience in working in mental health are between single parent adult children who are still living at home. You'll also see codependency pop up in like romantic relationships. You'll also see codependent relationships pop up in friendships and other types of relationships. But I would say that most codependent relationships happen within a family unit. And it most so often happens between a parent and a child. Especially when that child is brought up to basically be a caregiver for the parent. Basically, situations in which a person's point of existence is to be that person's companion and assistant. It often develops in relationships where one person struggles with addiction, mental health issues, or other challenges like health issues or other types of limitations, and the other person becomes overly focused on taking care of them. Colty from 90 Day Fiancé. Is that the guy? Is that the guy who? Is that the guy who like has his mom living in his closet? The guy who just had a friend over to play video games for his bachelor party. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That sounds like a fun night to me. It's a different guy. Oh. Trying to remember. There are a few on 90 Day Fiancé, actually. Yeah, there's actually quite a few examples of codependent relationships on 90 Day Fiancé. A lot of single mothers with their adult sons who are like, I've got a fiance and they live 3,000 miles away, and now I'm going to go visit them in their country. And the mom's just like, okay, let me help you pack your suitcase. An important thing to remember about codependent relationships is that it can work in one direction, or it can also work in both directions. The key word that I said here is that it often develops in relationships that are lopsided. That being said, there are codependent relationships that are more balanced. Like maybe you have a parent of a child who has like physical disabilities or mental disabilities, and the parent is like a caregiver for them, but then on the flip side, the child is like an emotional support for the parent. See what I mean? Anyway. Enabling behaviors, such as making excuses for the other person's actions or taking on their responsibilities, are commonly seen in codependent relationships. Have you ever met anybody who, like, no matter what happens to them, no matter what they do, no matter what kind of trouble they get into, it's like their parent is always gonna like step in and help them. It's like there's just not really any healthy boundary there. Your older sibling and your dad. I worked with a few people who were like that. It's like they had a parent who would just like give them money all the time, but they were like using that money for like drugs and stuff, and they'd be like, I need more money. I don't have enough money to pay my rent. I don't have enough money to get groceries. It's like, yeah, because you spent all the money that they gave you on methamphetamines. But they would still just continue to give them more money. Because they just couldn't say no to them. And this works both ways. You see it, children taking care of their parents, parents taking care of their children. Codependency can often stem from childhood experiences or past traumas, which can lead to a cycle of unhealthy relationship dynamics. If you grow up in an environment where your relationship dynamics are unhealthy, what does that do to your relationship dynamics as an adult? How does it affect that? It wasn't until I lost my mother that I realized the codependency from childhood, but it explains a lot in my relationships in adulthood. You see that a lot. I had a therapy client that I worked with who started coming to therapy for grief. They had just lost their mother. But I came to find out, in meeting with them and talking to them, that they had been in this codependent relationship basically this person's whole life. And they were now like in their early 30s, finally able to like be an adult. They didn't have a driver's license. They didn't do anything on their own. They like depended on their parent to like, and they weren't incapable. The parent was just very like overprotective. Wasn't there a star who wrote, I'm glad my mom died? Yeah, it was Jeanette McCurdy. She was a Nickelodeon star. Her mom kind of pushed her into a lot of these situations where she ended up being, like, abused as a child star. Talking about maternal abuse, strokes his cis boy stressor and the best boy badge his mama gave him, so he immediately jumps on you. Well, that's when you just need to point out to them that the reason why they're getting so mad at a woman is because they're actually mad at their mother, and they are afraid to take it out on her. Like Sigmund Freud said a lot of stuff that doesn't really hold water today, but he did have some stuff where he pretty much, he hit the nail on the head pretty well. It's a timeless saying that if you want to know how a man is going to treat a woman, just look at how he treats his mother. It's like, where else is he supposed to learn how to treat a woman if not by the one that raised him? Anyway, let's talk about the features of codependency. What does codependency look like? Codependent relationships often involve low self-esteem and a fear of abandonment, which ends up leading one person to prioritize the needs of the other above their own. I'm just going to let that one soak in for a moment. Oh, I have abandonment issues. Who doesn't have issues with abandonment? And I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is getting abandoned fucking sucks. Nobody likes that shit. But when you get abandoned early on, it messes with you. It makes you worried that other people are going to abandon you later in life because you got abandoned when you were little. So what you want to try to do is make sure that you're not the type of person that ends up abandoning people. Hope we're not burning too many bridges. Hope we're not cutting too many people off, unless it's for the best. Did I mention that this slideshow would make you feel attacked? Basically, in a codependent relationship, you see one of the people in that relationship prioritizing the other person's needs at the expense of their own needs. I get real limerent about people. Have you tried self-love? Boundaries may be blurred or non-existent in these types of relationships, and this ends up creating emotional exhaustion and a loss of personal identity. This is why when you are a caregiver to a person, it's really important to have healthy boundaries, because a caregiving relationship can pretty easily evolve into a codependent relationship if you don't keep an eye on it. I know we've got a few people in here who had to be their parents' therapist. Some examples of codependent features may include neglecting a person's personal needs in order to care for the other person, feeling responsible for the other person's happiness or enabling destructive behaviors. When I think enabling destructive behaviors, the example that really sticks out to me is when I would have people who were fully grown adults, but they were still financially dependent on their parents, and they would ask their parents for money all the time, and then they would take that money and use it on drugs and not to actually, like, buy the things they needed, like food or pay their bills. So when you think of like a codependent relationship, they can look really different from the outside depending on how they're manifested. In a general sense, if I were to classify different forms of codependent relationships, there is the parent and child relationship where the parent enables the child and just pays for everything, you know, gives them whatever they ask for, never tells them no. As they have this sense of, you know, duty as a parent. And then there's the flip side of that, where the child basically becomes the caregiver for the parent. But then you can also see this type of power dynamic, or these types of codependent relationships. You can see this in other relationships as well. Like you may have a romantic relationship where there's two people, and you know, maybe one of them is engaging in some harmful behaviors and the other person is enabling it, and it's like, well, you know, gotta go out, gotta drink, gotta have fun, gotta party. If I don't support that, they're gonna leave me. Basically, you feel like you're responsible for the other person's happiness. There's a lot of personalization going on here in codependent relationships. If the other person is mad in a codependent relationship, the person is wondering, what did I do to make them mad? I must have done or said something to upset them. What did I do wrong? Because I'm responsible for their happiness, so whenever they're not happy, it must be that I have done something to upset them. The album Hospice by the band The Antlers is about falling in love with someone you're giving hospice care to. Pretty sad album. Yeah, that's gonna be a skip from me. I don't really need to go down. I'm like, I respect that somebody went out of their way to do it. But I just don't think I could sit down and listen to it. Like, why do I need to do that to myself? It's like, hey, you want to get really, really sad? Not really. If we're still a little bit confused as far as how codependency works, hopefully this will clear some things up. Let's talk about the roles within a codependent relationship. What do you call it when your parent tells you you will never make it in this world, you're going to fail unless you're at home with me, and they get off on bullying you and making you cry makes them feel happy, and they've admitted to getting happiness from it to their eldest child? I'm stun locked. That's kind of cruel. That's kind of fucked up. Like, why would you want to be anywhere near this person? That's not family behavior. That is enemy behavior. I'm like, what? Is that codependency? No, that sounds more like narcissistic abuse. Like, your feelings are just a game to them. They take their feelings very, very seriously. Narcissists understand the importance of feelings, but only for them. They don't give a fuck about your feelings. They really, really, really care about their feelings, though. But your feelings are just kind of like a game to them. Do all single parents with mental health troubles end up in codependent relationships with their children? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What you want to do is you want to be sure that you are practicing coping skills and that you're also teaching healthy boundaries and coping skills to your child. Most often when we see this type of stuff develop, it's because the parent might be socially anxious. The parent might be agoraphobic. And so that therefore extends onto the child because the child is taught you can't go outside. Outside is scary. Stuff might happen to you. You might get kidnapped, you know? So just like putting this fear into them. And then it, you know, they develop their own anxieties about it because of how they're taught. So as long as the parent is working on it and tries to mitigate and manage those behaviors, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, and learned incompetence. Learned helplessness can just be... Learned helplessness... I feel like we could spend some time talking about learned helplessness, actually. I kind of want to talk about it, but I kind of want to circle back to it later. It's actually kind of messed up how we learned helplessness. I kind of don't want to tell you. Pin it. No, I'm not going to pin it. Can we talk about it later? Just remind me later. Remind me later to talk about learned helplessness, and I will tell you all about it. Let's talk about these codependent roles. So, in many codependent relationships, you'll see these roles start to emerge. One person is the giver, and the other person is the taker. I kind of feel like I have that, because sometimes I feel so helpless even though I'm not. That's it. That's it. A person can feel helpless and incapable if you teach them that they are helpless and incapable. That is the gist of learned helplessness, but I'll explain it more later. The giver and the taker. The giver, this is the person that feels a sense of responsibility for the other's well-being and happiness. They may neglect their own needs and wants to prioritize the needs of their partner. Is the giving tree about codependency? I forget what happens in the giving tree. What it might be. I'm not sure. I'd have to look back. Why are we talking about these things in a therapeutic, supposed to be topics? Makes me sad and more anxious. My goal here is not to make you feel sad and anxious. My goal here is to educate you about these types of things so that you can mend your relationships. If we avoid working through the things that we need to work through because they make us feel bad, it's going to make you feel worse in the long run. You gotta feel it to heal it, my friend. It's why stretching kinda hurts, but also kinda feels good. It's why working out kinda hurts, but kinda feels good. It's the same thing for your brain. Kinda hurts, kinda feels good. The taker is usually the one who is dependent on the giver for emotional support, validation, and perhaps even meeting their daily tasks. They may rely on the giver to solve their problems and to provide them with a sense of security. Meditation is a great way of practicing sitting with discomfort. And you know what's the most interesting but also kind of messed up part is that once you get more familiar and practiced with handling discomfort, you actually kind of start to seek it out. You actually start to crave it. You're like, all right, what else can I work on? All right, what else can I do to make sure that I'm, you know, running the way that I want to run? What else can I do to make sure that my brain is working the way that I want it to work? I've read there's a bunch of shirts that say seek discomfort. I think it's like a YouTube thing. Can I say something real quick before I carry on with this presentation? I've been doing some research and I've been looking into like routines that can help to boost your productivity, like neuroscientist, like data driven things that you can do to like boost your mood, boost your productivity, increase your neural activity. And what I'm learning here is that the straight dudes who come up with this kind of shit, they are such fucking min-maxers. It's just so min-maxy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about straight dudes, but we can just get so fucking min-maxy. So I'm trying to learn what I can from these like neuroscientist daily routines that can boost your effectiveness. But I also want to make them more like realistic and attainable for like your average person who doesn't want to like drink a glass of lemon juice and salt water. Like I get that the techniques work, but like if you're gonna try to change your routines and you're gonna immediately jump into like min-maxing everything about your life, it's like it's not gonna stick. She's an engineer. Oh, it makes sense. That's why they seek discomfort. She went to engineering school. Anybody who willingly exposes themselves to math is a discomfort seeker. Elaborating a little bit on the codependent roles, they create a reinforcing cycle where the giver gains a sense of purpose and self-worth from taking care of the taker. Meanwhile, the taker becomes increasingly dependent on the giver to meet their emotional needs. So, codependent relationships, the longer they last, the more ingrained they become, and the more dependent the people become on one another. I feel like the best relationships are the ones where there is give and take. There will be relationships where you take more than you give, and there will be relationships where you give more than you take. Just try to have as much balance as you can. Try not to take more than you need, and try to give as much as you can. This dynamic ends up leading to emotional exhaustion and resentment over time. Because for both individuals, their sense of self, their sense of identity, their role in the world becomes entwined with their role in this codependent relationship. Can't live with them, can't live without them. So if we want to break free from codependency, what we need to do is we need to have both individuals recognize how these roles are perpetuating unhealthy relationship patterns. If we actually want to improve and mend this codependent relationship, which is possible, this can be done. Sometimes it can be difficult, especially for the taker. It can be more difficult for the taker to understand their role in a codependent relationship, but it can be difficult for either of them to understand. But if we want to change it, both people in this relationship need to recognize how they are contributing to unhealthy relationship patterns. And it's a team effort. You got to work together to redefine their roles in a more balanced and mutually supportive way. Let's talk about healthy relationships. Healthy relationships are built on trust, respect, and open communication. In a healthy relationship, both individuals have their own identities, their own interests, and they have boundaries. They're able to support each other without sacrificing their own well-being. In healthy relationships, conflicts are addressed openly and constructively. And each person takes responsibility for their own actions and emotions. Doesn't that sound like so fun? Doesn't that just sound wonderful? It reminded me of this comic that I posted in the Discord a while back. Please respect my boundaries and be nicer to me, or you won't see me again. And they say, stop making such childish and unreasonable demands. Okay. It's not unreasonable to ask a person to respect your boundaries and to treat you kindly. That's not unreasonable. That's totally valid and fair to expect that in a relationship. There doesn't need to be a place for cruelty in your relationship unless you want it to be there. Okay. All right. Let's talk about healthy communication. Let's talk about healthy communication real quick. If you want to learn how to be a better communicator and have more healthy relationships and communicate more effectively with other people, you're not just helping yourself, but you're also helping them. You gotta remember that when we talk to people who don't have healthy communication, where were they supposed to learn that from? Who was supposed to teach that to them? Clearly, they haven't had anybody teach them how to communicate in a healthy and effective way. So maybe you could show them a thing or two. I'm sorry I was too good of a mother. An actual good parent would say that I wish I could have been better. I wish I could have done more. It's typically a sign that you didn't have such a great parent if they're like, I was such a good parent to you. I can't believe you're so disrespectful. Well, it's like, no, the reason why they feel that way is because they had to make a bunch of sacrifices to have a child and they had to give up on a bunch of their dreams and they're resentful. They may never admit it, but they might be kind of resentful. I might have spilled a little too hard there. I'm sorry. I've just seen it. I've just seen it quite a bit. It's like people blame their kid for their life getting ruined. Like they had their own hopes and dreams, and then they had to make sacrifices, and they had to make their life about this child. And on some level, they resent them for it. Not everybody, but typically in these like abusive, manipulative relationships, it's like there's some level of like, my life was never the same after I had you. You know what I mean? But that's not the child's fault. But they blame the child as if it is their fault. So, if we want to break free from codependent patterns, and that's what we're looking out for here. Whenever we're talking about this or learn about this, I don't want you to like start looking at all your relationships and be like, oh my god, is this codependency? Is this codependency? Just try to recognize the patterns. When you recognize the patterns before they get too pervasive, too long lasting, too ingrained, you still have a lot of time and ability to do something about them and to correct them. Codependent patterns aren't necessarily a bad thing, provided that you are mindful of them and try to manage them. What we want to try to do, if we want to be a better communicator, is listen more. I know. I get it. If you want to be a better communicator, talk less, listen more. Practice active listening. When someone is speaking to you, genuinely listen to them. Hear what they have to say. And if they have a hard time letting you do that, let them know. Let them know, hey, I heard you out. I listened to what you had to say. Will you do the same for me? And if they can't do that, then tell them you'll try again later. Meditation is a good practice for that. Meditation is the best practice for so many things. Like, I'm always telling people, like, you can rewire your brain. It's like meditation is literally when you sit down and, like, allow that process to happen. Like, meditation could be the thing that might feel like you've been missing in your life for a long time. Like, maybe you've just been walking around for a while feeling like something's missing, but you're not quite sure what it is. Maybe you should meditate on that. Try to have empathy. Empathy is a skill that you can practice. That's why I say practice empathy. Can't expect you to be perfectly empathetic. Sometimes we're overly empathetic. Sometimes we are, we make assumptions based on, we put ourselves in somebody's position, but we're like, oh my God, this must feel so terrible. They must feel awful. And they might actually not be that bad. They might be okay. So that's why empathy is something we want to practice. We want to try to be accurate with it to the best of our abilities. We want to try to understand the other person's feelings and their experiences as best we can. It's important to remind people that listening is an active process. It's harder to do when you're already talking. That's why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, because you're meant to do twice as much listening as you are talking. Honestly, if somebody else is willing to do the talking, good. Good. I feel like I learn more by listening than I do by talking. Don't get me wrong, I learn by talking too. I'm able to reaffirm my own ideas and think through things out loud, but alright, we want to encourage the use of I statements. When it comes to having a healthy conversation with somebody, I statements are really important. As they allow us to express our feelings and needs without making it feel like a blame or an accusation. An example of an I statement: I feel blank when you blank. I feel unheard when you talk when I'm talking. Like maybe you're trying to talk to somebody, but they just keep talking over you and they don't really seem interested in listening. Whenever I want to tell someone what's been weighing on me, I feel overwhelmed by the thought of finding a solution. I know addressing it could potentially bring relief, but the demands of life often leave me with little time to delve into it fully, and life just goes on even when I have the me time. It just doesn't work. There is a book, I haven't read it, but I listened to an interview with the person that did write it, and it was called Super Communicators. And basically the gist of that book is training people to act more like therapists when it comes to having conversations. But basically, when we have conversations with people, we have to recognize what the intention or goal of that conversation is. Sometimes people are having emotional conversations. They're just talking about their feelings and wanting to put their feelings out there. But if we aren't aware of that, we might approach the conversation differently. We might try to have a productive conversation with them and start talking about, well, have you tried this? Or have you done this? And And that might not be what they're looking for. The three H's. Do they want help, a hug, or to be heard? Exactly. Triple H. I wish I did this at 7 a.m. so I can listen in on my commute as soon as I get into the office. You know, we do have the VODs. You could pull up the VOD. 7 a.m. I'm like, in what time zone? You're not gonna catch me working that early, I fear. 7 a.m. Eastern? That's 6 a.m. my time. That's 6 a.m. my time. If I had to get up and stream at 6, I would just be... I wouldn't have a coherent thought in my brain. I'd be asleep at the wheel. I started doing my streams at 1 p.m. my time because I found that that is the time of day where I feel the most productive. I find that if I give myself some time to wake up, get my act together, get my brain turned on, I can do my best work in the afternoon. It's important to remember that communication isn't perfect. And that isn't the goal. We don't need to become perfect communicators. We just want to try to be healthier at communicating. So I hope we can all agree that we could all use to be a little bit healthier in our communication. You don't need to be a therapist, but you can learn some of my tricks. Alright, let's talk about how we break codependent patterns, shall we? If you want to break free from a codependent relationship, this is going to require self-awareness and a commitment to change. Why is it going to require self-awareness? Because you have to recognize the codependent patterns within you. You have to realize that codependent relationships are a two-person game. I have also been active in this. There are things within me that I need to change. And then you have to be committed to making those changes. This type of stuff can take a long time to change. You know, fear of abandonment. Fear of abandonment could take a long time to work on. That can be something that sticks with people for a long time. You're at your most productive in the sunrises. Man, I'm trying to get there. But I feel like a zombie until like I wake up around like 8 a.m., but I don't feel like I'm even online until like 10 a.m. I am trying to wake up earlier. I've been trying to learn from these lifestyle routines, these sort of like just ways of improving your neural functioning, improving your productivity. And I'm trying to implement them slowly. I'm not going to just dive right into it and start doing the entire Huberman routine. hitting that grind set, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of really solid advice here to be learned in like these daily routine things, but some of it just feels so min-maxy. It's just like, how can we maximize productivity, maximize performance, maximize all these things? I'm just like, it's a lot of work to max out. It's a lot of work. So I'm gonna try to get there. I'm gonna work towards it, but I'm not just gonna start doing the entire routine from the beginning because I know for a fact that that's not gonna work. Like deliberate cold exposure? Like, you're telling me that if I want my brain to be the most productive, I have to start taking cold showers and ice plunges? I'm like, God, why? Why does it have to be that way? But apparently, that's how you get your dopamine up. I don't know, I'll give myself a year. Maybe in a year I'll be doing the Huberman routine. I'm gonna give myself time to get there. Maybe I'll be able to get there by the end of the year. If you're trying to break free from a codependent relationship, therapy can be exactly what you need. Because most of the time, there are some underlying emotional issues at play, and what you're going to want to do is learn some healthier coping strategies. When you're in a codependent relationship, there's a lot of emotional dependency that forms between these two people. You tend to define your identity based on your role within this relationship. And getting some outside perspective, learning some new healthy coping strategies can help you to change that. Therapy was how I was able to walk away from my mom. Don't forget you did that shit. Therapy gave you what you needed to learn. But at the end of the day, that was you that did that shit. Practice self-care and set boundaries to protect your well-being. This is just a bit of general advice, but I feel like if you're trying to redefine your identity, if you're trying to assess your behavior in your relationships, like this is some pretty like serious stuff. This is some stuff that really taps into like your core identity. And so just be kind to yourself, show yourself some love, take good care of yourselves, and set some healthy boundaries. Take good care of yourself when you're going through this process. It's not easy. Whereas therapy gave me the perfect excuse to talk myself out of walking away. Right? Build a support network of friends and family who can help provide emotional support. This is what you want to do. When you're in a codependent relationship, far too much of your emotional dependency and your support is tied with that person. And so if you break it off with that person, you got to look elsewhere. You got to expand that net. The more connections you have in your support network, the better of a network it is. Just imagine it. This net is there to catch you if you are falling. Do you want that net to just be a single rope? Or would you rather there be lots of ropes, lots of connections? In conclusion, codependent relationships often stem from issues with attachment and issues with abandonment. Typically, from the perspective of the taker, they have a hard time attaching. They have a hard time connecting and validating and having, you know, if you're a taker in a codependent relationship, you start to identify with that role and you start to become dependent, and so your relationship with other people is also affected, because if you are a taker in a codependent relationship, you view your other relationships through that same lens, and so you have a hard time attaching with people in a genuine way. Joke's on me, you've already been seeking maternal figures in your life for decades. Everybody needs them. Everybody needs them. There are roles within codependent relationships, the giver and the taker. We talked about those a bit. These roles end up being self-reinforcing. So the longer a codependent relationship exists, the stronger it becomes. The individuals who are in this relationship grow accustomed to it, and they start to identify as those roles. If we want to break free from a codependent relationship, you gotta have awareness, you gotta have healthy communication. Recognize those patterns and start doing something differently. Last but not least, no relationship is perfect. No relationship is perfect. While it's really important to understand the nature of codependent relationships, I want you to remember we want to try to have realistic expectations for our relationships. So sometimes you might enter a relationship with someone and they might feel a little bit emotionally dependent upon you. And because you know about codependent relationships, you might wonder, is this codependency? You might find yourself overthinking it. So try not to overthink it. Try not to overthink it. I always want to just have people be mindful when it comes to like knowing about certain psychological phenomena. I just want you to be aware that sometimes the awareness of these types of things can make us start to see it in places where it might not be. That's how I feel about gaslighting. Like the phrase gaslighting became popular and then everyone started using it, to the point where gaslighting just basically became synonymous with lying, which isn't really entirely, I mean, there is deceit involved in gaslighting, but it's not as simple as that. And so that's just something that happens whenever these types of things become more, a part of regular, average, everyday conversation. So I wouldn't want you to be in a relationship and feel like, there's some dependency there, but I wouldn't want you to overanalyze it and start to be like, am I actually in a codependent relationship? If it's unhealthy, if it's limiting, if it makes you feel like you're losing your sense of self, it might be a codependent relationship. But other than that, it's normal to have some give and take in a relationship. We just want to try to have more balance. Give what you can, take what you need. But try not to take any more than you need. And try to give more than you take. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Isn't gaslighting when a person has a pattern of manipulating others into second-guessing their reality? Basically, it's basically trying to make somebody feel like they're crazy. It's a manipulation tactic. Like you come home from work and you talk to your partner who's been at home all day and you're like, hey, did you do that thing I asked you? I told you it was really important. I really need you to do that thing today. Did you remember to do that thing? And they're like, no, I don't remember you telling me about it. And you're like, are you kidding? I swear, I told you 15 times. I told you. And then they start to like doubt themselves. They're like, did they actually tell this to me? Did they actually ask this of me? But of course they didn't. They didn't mention it at all. They're just making you feel like they did. That is gaslighting. There's one example of it. You can do it any number of ways. I just found out my lab results came back vitamin D deficiency. I guess you gotta get some sun. Time to go get a yoga mat and lay out in the sun, I fear. There are worse things. There are worse things. Also, we're just now coming out of winter, so like I feel like a lot of people, like this is the time where they would have a vitamin D deficiency. After learning about mental health and that there are ways that I'm able to change myself, I'm starting to see how much work ahead I need to do to be the person I want to be. I'm feeling overwhelmed. First off, honestly, good for you for wanting to make those changes. And it does feel overwhelming when you look, when you feel like you're at the bottom of the mountain and you're looking at the top of the mountain and you're like, wow, that's really far up there. That's a lot of climbing. Don't worry about the mountaintop. Just worry about the next step. Try not to feel too overwhelmed. Try not to look at the entire scope of everything that you need to do. Just focus on the next step. That's the one that matters. That's the one that's going to get you a little bit closer to where you're trying to go. And believe it or not, you may actually start to see some progress sooner than you realize. How do we eat the elephant of improvement? One bite at a time. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm sticking with my mountain analogy. How do you get to the top of the mountain? One step at a time. Take baby steps if you need to. The thing about getting to the mountaintop is that when you're on your way up, there will be people that pass you on the road down, and they'll say, it's too steep, it's too high. Don't worry. Don't worry about keeping going. Don't even bother. You should just turn around and quit while you're ahead, and you should just try for yourself. Try for yourself. Don't let other people tell you that you can't do it affect what you believe about your ability to achieve. Honestly, I find a lot of inspiration in this message. I find a lot of inspiration from this. It's almost exciting. Be like, yeah, you know what? I'm finally gonna start working on me. I'm gonna do the work I need to do. And it should take time. It should take time. You're making a masterpiece here. This is your magnum opus. This is your life's work. Take all the time you need to get as close as you can to perfection. We don't become the person that we want to be by demanding that we become that person. We have to grow into that person. It takes time. Just keep taking small steps in the right direction, and eventually you will get there. We'll be here to cheer you along the way. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Keep going. Yeah. I'm gonna steal that. I am a magnum opus. You are your own magnum opus. You're not anyone else's magnum opus. You are your own magnum opus. You are your life's work. Feel free to steal. Feel free to steal. I love when people steal the stuff I say. It makes me feel smart. Have I heard of projective identification? Mr. Holland's opus? That was Mr. Holland's opus. That was his opus. What's your opus? Familiar with the concept of the magnum opus? It's the great work. It's your life's work. It's your... If you were an artist, this would be your greatest piece. And it is you. Okay. Projective identification. Have I heard of it? I may have. I will admit I did have to look it back up. Would I be able to describe it in the context of a relationship between an abusive parent and a young child? I sure can. So, what is projective identification? It's similar to projection. If you're familiar with the defense mechanism, projective identification is a slightly complex phenomenon, and it builds on the idea of the defense mechanism of projection. Are we familiar with projection? Projection is when you attribute your own feelings to someone else. Like if you're sad and lonely and miserable, you're like, hey, look at this person. They're so sad and lonely and miserable. It's like, why did you feel the need to point that out or bring that up or point that out in them? It's like, perhaps you're projecting. Projective identification is when you identify oneself with others' projected impulses onto you. So projective identification is when you start to identify with the things that are projected onto you. So in the context of an abusive parent and their child, this would be the parent saying things like, why did you have to make me so mad? Why did you have to do this? Why are you this way? Like what? And then the child starts to identify with those projections. They have some examples. We all understand what projection is, right? An example of projective identification with like a parent and their child would be, why is it that anytime I ask you to do something, it's like pulling teeth and I just can't get you to do what I need you to do? I have to ask you a million times to do it. And it's like, so projection would be the parent would actually be the one doing those things. It's the parent that is unresponsive. It's the parent that is ignoring the demands and the needs of the child, and they're projecting that onto the child. They're making the child seem unruly or like they need constant redirection, and you know. Projective identification is when the child starts to identify with the things that are being projected onto them. So if a parent is calling you lazy and no good and all of these things, it's like, well, they're calling me lazy all the time, so I must be lazy. Like, why would they call me lazy all the time if I wasn't lazy? And then you start to identify as a lazy person, which can actually lead you to become lazier. You identify as a person who is lazy, you start to act like a lazier person. This article is like all broken, it doesn't have any of the pictures. Anyway, that's projective identification. When a person starts to identify with the things being projected onto them, is this a conscious phenomenon? I feel like a lot of these types of phenomenons aren't something that people are consciously aware of. I feel like people in general suffer from a critical lack of self-awareness. There are a lot of people who abuse other people and they just don't really see it that way, or they rationalize it, or they just convince themselves that it isn't abusive. So I guess what I like to ask myself is, when a person does something offensive to you, are they doing this out of ignorance, or are they doing this out of malice? Are they doing this because they just don't know any better? It's the way they were brought up, it's the way they were taught, it's the way they were raised. Or are they doing this out of malicious intent? Are they doing this to actually try to hurt me? I find that in life, more things can be attributed to ignorance than can be to malice. I feel like most people do these things from a place of ignorance. That is projective identification. I also said I was going to take a second to talk about learned helplessness. I didn't need the reminder after all. I asked you to remind me and I ended up not needing it. I remembered it. Good for me. Learned helplessness. I'm going to tell you a story and it's going to it's a little messed up. Just fair warning. The way that we found out about learned helplessness, we learned about it by experimenting on dogs. What they found was that if you put a dog into a chamber and you shock the floor, that the dog will try to avoid the shock. But if you make it to where there is no way to escape, there is no way to avoid the shock, the dog will just eventually lay down and take it. Learned helplessness. There's nothing I can do about the fact that I'm getting shocked, so I will just stop trying to do something about it. I was just reading that part in The Body Keeps the Score. I'm glad they bring it up in that book. It's something really important to know about because we want to reassess our own feeling of helplessness. Am I truly helpless, or have I just been made to feel helpless? Because if I've tried to get help, but it hasn't given me the help that I needed, I'm less motivated, perhaps, to get help the second time. If I feel like I tried to get help and it didn't work, I have now learned that I am helpless. You see it a lot in abusive relationships. There's a lot of learned helplessness involved in abusive relationships. Learned helplessness can also be an effect of trauma. Let's say that you had something happen to you when you were a kid and you weren't able to do anything about it because you were a kid. You may have these lasting feelings of learned helplessness because you still feel like you're that kid. You still feel like you're as capable as a child. That might not actually be true. You may actually have a lot of potential and a lot of ability to do things about the stuff in your life that's bothering you, or to change the circumstances of your environment, to improve the quality of your life. So the next time that you feel helpless or incapable, do me a favor, revisit the question. Try again. Look at it a little bit differently. That's your homework. It's not for a grade, but it is for extra credit. I don't grade the homework, I just give extra credit. So if you like extra credit, that's your homework. Identify your own patterns of learned helplessness, and then start challenging those beliefs about yourself. It actually ties in quite well to this other topic that we just talked about, projective identification. Somebody can project the identity onto you that you are helpless, and then you can actually start to develop that belief that you are helpless. It's really sad to think about, but this is something you see a lot in relationships where it's like a codependent relationship between a parent and a child, and maybe the child has like some kind of like limiting disabilities, you know, but they might not be that limited if they weren't made to feel so helpless. It's so sad when you see that. Like a you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm getting at? It reminds me of an advertisement that I saw. It was an advertisement advocating for people with Down syndrome, and it was talking a lot about how they are perceived and how they are limited because other people believe that they should be limited, and so they don't get offered a lot of the opportunities that they could be offered to allow them to actually, you know, have more meaningful and independent lives because we project this, you know, image onto them. Now, obviously, there are, you know, different levels of disability, but I feel like there are a lot of people out there who are disabled who could live on their own if given the opportunity to do so. But there are a lot of people who have been made to feel like they can't ever live on their own because they've never have lived on their own. They never tried. They never had anyone believe in their ability to do that. So yeah, it's all kind of related. Projective identification, learned helplessness, codependency. You see how mental health, it's all connected. It's all intertwined. Tips to getting over phobias. I'm going to the doctor soon and I'm scared of getting shots. Just focus on your breath. Just focus on breathing. And yeah, don't look. Look the other way. You want to hear something interesting? There are different ways that we can like manage these types of feelings of fear, and we can, you know, handle them in different ways. And some of it could be partially due to placebo, some of it could be due to some actual like scientific effect. But I've heard, you know, people will be like, "Oh, if you're feeling anxious, just grab the tip of your thumb, like hold your thumb like this way or like squeeze your thumb or something." So, I'm like, does it actually work? Who knows? I've got people telling me that you can reduce your anxiety by squeezing your thumb. So, I don't know. Will it help? Maybe. If you think it'll help, it'll actually be more likely to help. The placebo effect is a powerful thing. I used to do that to not cry as a kid. I think I used to as well. Like I used to just like grab my thumbs like that and just squeeze them. Tips to getting over phobias. The gold standard for dealing with a phobia is exposure response prevention. So basically, you just have to put yourself in that situation and then use your coping skills and say, I'm all right, I'll get through this. And then when you do get through it, you revisit it and you say, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'm okay. I made it through. That was brave of me. You know, you're just being supportive of yourself, being more encouraging of yourself. But no, whenever I get a shot, I just like to look the other way. You can close your eyes if you want to. You don't have to keep your eyes open. You don't have to look at it. You can just meditate a little bit. The worry of the shot can actually make the shot worse. If you're very anxious and you're very, you know, on edge when you're getting the shot, you can actually like you tense up and you clench a little bit, and that can actually make the shot hurt more. So what you want to try to do is just be relaxed as you can. It's the anxiety that makes it so bad. The actual event itself, getting a shot, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's a little pinch. It's the idea that's scary. There's a needle, they're gonna stick it into me. That's frightening. But if you want it to be as painless as possible, you just want to try to be relaxed during it. If you're anxious and tense and clenched up, it will actually hurt more. I look right at them, I fear. I've done that before too. I've looked right at them. Sometimes I'm like, I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna watch them stick this needle into me. And then I'm like, ow. Okay, it's done. Like, realistically, getting shots, it's not that bad. Especially if you're relaxed. It's way worse if you're tense and tight. It literally makes it hurt worse. So just try to relax a little bit. If you're gonna get a shot like in your arm, maybe wiggle your arms a little bit. Loosen them up a little bit first. Give them a little wiggle. Loosen them up. Alright, this is a long question and I have to pee, so I'm gonna go pee first. So I don't want to be doing I don't want to be dancing. I don't want to be doing the pee-pee dance when I'm... Let me find a little video for you. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Stop. Crumpet. Stop. Stop it. Oh.
Excuse me. What are you doing? Oh no.
Like chemicals in here.
We got champion because it started getting ready or no? Well, do you want us to start doing choreography?
Like the video! Please, you guys heads up, man. We got a lot of...
Oh my goodness.
Do one that makes him jump.
Estoy loco. Estoy loco. La, 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 ca, 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 la.
Oh. Now, Sadie, now what? You stop it. Get down. Get down.
Girly.
Uh. I find cats to be good for my mental health. Oh. They're such funny little guys. So yeah, I recommend a cat for your mental health. You know, if you're dealing with depression, a cat can help you get out of bed. You know, the cat's not going to let you sleep in. It's going to say, hey, get up and fill my food bowl, or I'm going to slap you across the face. Also, having a pet can give you a sense of purpose. It can give you a sense of, you know, responsibility, and that can be really healthy. All right. I made popcorn. Before I get back into the question box, which, by the way, we just got one question lined up, so if you have a question, it'd be a great time to get it in. We'll get to it right away. Before we do that, I just want to tell you a little story. I want to tell you a little story about what the animals have been getting up to in the backyard lately. So we have a pretty decent sized backyard and it's all fenced in. So we let the cats out and we let the dogs out and they can all run around and play and do dog and cat stuff. And there's this one spot in the yard. And I don't know who started it, but somebody started digging a hole. They started digging a little hole. It's not a big hole. It's probably about the size of this popcorn bag. It was probably about as deep as the popcorn bag. So it's not that big of a hole. It's more of like a little groove. But the thing about it is that they will take turns in the hole. They'll take turns rolling around in the dirt. They'll argue over whose turn it is to sit in the hole. It's just funny to see. They've got this hole in the yard and they're all just like, they all want a piece of it. It's like a playground. It's like a slide at a playground. It's funny. It's funny to just sit there and watch them like, okay, Beaver's in the hole. And then Miss Poopy comes up and she's like, it's my turn in the hole. And she'll like chase him away and then she'll take the hole. And then one of the dogs will come over and be like, it's my turn in the hole. It's weird. Animals are funny. They're funny little creatures. Anyway. That's the story. Latest in pet updates. There's a communal hole in the yard. They've been taking turns. Alright. I just got back from a trip with a person that I've liked for 11 or 12 years now. Let's call him S. I'm gonna call him Steve. I'm gonna call him Steve. I hope that's okay. Sorry, I need to stop eating popcorn. I need to at least read through this question. I'm gonna stop shoving popcorn into my face. Would it be weird if you were in therapy and the therapist is just sitting there eating popcorn, like you're telling your life story and they're just like, go on. Tell me more. And then what happened? And how did that make you feel? So what it sounds like to me is there might be a little bit of projection going on there. Talk about making your life a movie, am I right? Anyway. I just got back from a trip with a person that I've liked for a really long time, 11 or 12 years. That's a long time to like somebody. It's a whole ass decade plus 2. Let's call him Steve. Back in high school, we both liked each other at 15, but really only talked in classes, and most of the interactions were him trying to joke around with me and make me blush, which would make me mad and make me assume that he was just messing with me. That's how boys at 15 flirt. Boys at 15 are stupid. They have no idea what they're doing. It's like it takes boys a long time to properly communicate. I'm like, what do boys do when they like girls when they're like 7? It's like, I'm gonna pull on her ponytail. Like, you see that girl? You see that girl with the ponytail and the light up shoes? I think she's so cool. At recess, I'm gonna go up behind her and I'm gonna pull her ponytail and then I'm gonna run away. And if you think about it, for a lot of men, the technique hasn't really changed. They just do it a little bit differently. Why do you think negging was invented? Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Fast forward a few years after graduating, I was in a relationship with another high school crush. Let's call him Henry, who was military and deployed out at sea. We were talking about high school people who happened to join the same branch as him, and he mentioned Steve's name. Apparently Steve had reached out to Henry. Did I say Henry or did I say Harry? It's Henry now, sorry. I don't know if I changed it. But we're sticking with Henry. Apparently Steve had reached out to Henry when Henry was in basic training for his military branch to figure out what branch he wanted to join. And through their conversation, Steve ended up joining the same branch as Henry. I used this as a conversation starter one day on Facebook way back in like 2018, and we've been talking on and off for years ever since. Alright, let's keep it moving. We admitted to both liking each other, and would do really subtle flirting, which I do know was wrong since I was in a relationship at the time. He was there for me when Henry admitted to cheating with me. I was the other woman, apparently. I was right to make popcorn before taking this question. He was there for me when Henry admitted to cheating with me shortly after our engagement, and was there for me when Henry cheated again after I stupidly tried to give him another chance. Hey, it's like they say, once a cheater, always a cheater. This is what I've been told. Also, what I've heard is that if they will cheat on someone to be with you, they will probably also cheat on you. That's what I've heard. If a person is willing to cheat at all, it's just an indicator of how they view relationships. And so the odds of them cheating again or cheating, you know, the odds, they go up. I don't know what you want me to say. Don't cheat. I was there for Steve when he went through a drinking phase and was super depressed and manic. He even asked me to marry him when he was in a manic state, and when I said no, he ended up married to someone else a month or so later, then divorced a few months after that, and I was still there for him to listen, talk, and give advice. Within that time frame, I ended up in my more recent relationship, It was very tumultuous at times. I haven't really spoken to him much about it, and I myself am still processing some stuff. That's fine. That's fine. It's good to talk to people about things, but don't feel like you have to tell everybody about everything. Like, it's important to bring things up if they're relevant and meaningful and there's something you're trying to process. But if there's not really anything there to like learn from or reflect on or, you know, grow from, you're just digging up bones. So far, Steve has been very understanding. He can tell when I'm upset and already knows that I just need 20 to 30 minutes of silence and I'll come back around. He knows I have some insecurity issues when it comes to exes, primarily because any of my exes or people I've dated who have talked about their exes to me ended up using something their ex has done to justify their own actions. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Such as, their ex cheated on them, so they do it to me now. Doesn't make any sense. People do this shit, though. People do this shit, though. People are wild, I'm telling you. If you haven't found this out for yourself, people are wild. People will be in a relationship and get really messed up and hurt by it, and then be like, you know what I want to do? I want to go do that to somebody else. Isn't that kind of messed up? They're like, huh, so you can get away with doing that to somebody. I want to see what that feels like. It's like, hello? Did we just give up so easily on being a good person? I think it just really lends to the saying that hurt people hurt people. If you're hurting, please don't cope with that by hurting other people. It's not good. It's not good. It's a bad look, I'd say. Their ex made them self-conscious in the bedroom, so now they do that to their partners. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Apologies for my language. I'm not trying to, like, get a Disney Channel sponsorship or something, but, you know. Therapists are allowed to throw around the F-bomb every once in a while. Doesn't make any sense. It's like, hey, this thing happened to me and it really messed me up and it really hurt me. So what I learned from that was I should go out and do this to other people. If somebody does something to you and it hurts you, you should be motivated to not do that to other people. You know that that hurts. Why are you doing it to them? Clown behavior. That's actually disrespectful to clowns. Clowns are actually valuable to society. We need clowns. They're there to make us laugh. This, on the other hand, this is childish behavior. This is what kids do. It's like, oh, he slapped me, I gotta slap him back. Childish. Even my rapist tried to use his ex's abusive behavior as an excuse for what they did to me and others. So it's become a bit of a trigger, which is honestly embarrassing, but a whole other issue. The hoops that some people will jump through to avoid accountability. The fucking hoops that people will jump through. The mental fucking gymnastics that people will do. It's like, what's going on up here? Like, something's not working right. There's a fucking misfire in one of your cylinders or something, bud. Like, come on, get a fucking grip. People did wrong by me, so I guess I gotta be a bad person. What can you do? Shut the fuck up. I'm not here for those types of excuses. I don't know what this popcorn's got me in a fucking mood. This popcorn's got me feeling too sassy. Somebody needs to reel me in. He tries his best not to mention other people because he knows it makes me uncomfortable, which I appreciate. Good. Good. I don't know who needs to hear this today, but don't compare the person that you're in a relationship to your exes. It's like they don't know them. It's like, why do you need to bring somebody else up? Just talk about your feelings with this person and your behaviors. It's like, don't blame other people from your past for your fucked up behavior today, okay? It's not cool. And it doesn't really help you. It's just a dodging of blame, a dodging of accountability. What's the matter? Are you afraid of a little bit of growth? You afraid of being a good person? But people hurt me and I have to go out and hurt other people because they hurt me and they made me feel bad, so I gotta make other people hurt and feel bad to feel better about how I'm hurting. Shut the fuck up, fucking baby. Sorry, that was very unprofessional of me. Not sorry for what I said. I said what I said. Not sure if you remember my deal, but I found out my father is my real dad through 23andMe and an update. I do remember. A third cousin contacted my real dad and told my mother. Apparently she didn't know. She wishes to not tell my father, but I feel like it isn't right for him to not know. If you feel like he does need to know, I would start off by telling him that nothing is going to change the fact that he is your dad. Because, you know, I'm trying to, like, look into, like, this from his perspective. And I feel like if somebody raises you and cares for you and they are that father figure, like, that's your dad. Like, whether or not they contributed the biological material, like, if they raised you, like, that's your dad. So I feel like it's really important that he knows that above everything else. You know, finding this out shouldn't change your relationship at all. So I guess I would just really try to emphasize that if you're going to tell him. I hope one day I can explain to him more, but I'm just not quite ready yet, and he told me he understood, which that itself has been a comfort. That's a green flag. I think my mother is worried it'll ruin their relationship. Oh, they're still together. I don't know, might just give it time to tell him. I feel like the cat's out of the bag now, and so it's just a matter of time before he finds out, so... probably gonna find out eventually. I feel like it would be better if the mother told him. I think it is up to her to tell him. I think it is up to her. I just know if I were him, I would want to know something like that. Yeah. I guess I would talk to your mom about it and be like, hey, it's unfair that he not know this. We shouldn't keep this from him. If I were him, I would want him to know. So do you want to tell him? Or do you want me to tell him? Or do we all want to talk about it together? When and if you decide to talk about it. Just give her that opportunity to be the one that comes clean. Dang, she didn't know. It's still your dad, though. It's still your dad, though. I think I'm going to talk with her about telling him tonight. Good luck, friend. Good luck, friend. Thanks for the update. If they love each other, they'll be able to work through it. It might not be the end of their relationship. But I'm like, if they are realistically gonna be able to work through it, I feel like it has to come from her. You know what I mean? If it comes from someone else, then from his perspective, it's gonna feel like she was never gonna tell him. It's gonna feel like she was trying to keep this secret. So I feel like that's why it's important that it comes from her, because it gives the best chance that they can actually like talk about it and work on it and hopefully work through it. But I fear that if it comes from anyone else other than her, it's going to come across as she was keeping this secret from him. Which, even if she isn't trying to do, it's still going to feel that way from his perspective. So now that she knows, I feel like she's got to tell him. Ooh, I feel for him. I feel for him. Like, they're still together. Like, they're still together and she didn't know, so it's just like, damn. I don't know. I feel like it's something that could be worked through, though. Especially if she's the one that tells him, though. I feel like that's a really important aspect of it. All right, we're in the home stretch with this question. The problem is, now I kind of feel myself falling for him pretty hard. I'm really picky about people in general, but especially with people I'm romantically involved with. But I have some strong-ass feelings for him that I think are stronger than I've ever felt for anyone. Arguably, they might be a little too strong, and I feel a bit overwhelmed. I'm almost paralyzed from moving forward with him, because what if it doesn't work out and I lose him as a friend or a constant in my life? Or what if he decides that he actually doesn't like me like that, and I'm still feeling him like that? He does. He does feel you like that. He probably wouldn't have been that constant if he didn't have some sort of feelings. Just a guess. I don't know for sure. I also feel like she's lying about not knowing. She was very against me sending my DNA. She may have always had her suspicions. She probably just wanted to avoid finding out or getting, knowing for sure. She might, well, I mean, she did the thing that you need to do to make a baby with more than one person in a span of time, meaning that she probably knew that that could happen. This was a realistic possibility. And so that doubt has always lingered. So she's probably wondered. She's probably been wondering for a while and probably wanted to avoid confirming what she feared might be true. So do we want to do it? Are we choosing to blame her for that? I don't know. Also, I'm still healing from my previous relationship and processing that, but I also felt so happy being with him on the trip we just went on. It felt so natural, and we got asked by so many people on how long we've been married or saying that we were a handsome couple. I'm worried that any path I take could lead to self-sabotage, because my mind is now so wrapped up in taking the wrong step. Do I follow the heart? Do I follow the heels? Do I follow the feels? Do I do both? I say go for it. I say go for it. You're getting a lot of green flags here. You're getting a lot of green flags here, so I feel like, you know what? Maybe overthinking is also a form of self-sabotage. Sometimes when we self-sabotage, we turn to overthinking to try to, provide reassurance to ourselves, but sometimes overthinking is the self-sabotage. The heart wants what it wants. So give it. I'm rooting for you. I want to see this relationship work. Sounds almost like a movie, which is why I've been eating popcorn this whole time. I want to see this romantic comedy have a happy ending. I want to see you two get together in the end. You're in your rom-com era, by the way. I'm sorry, but it's confirmed. Sorry I keep interrupting therapy to talk about Dune, but the baby wants a holy war. Baby wants what baby wants. One of the things that they changed in Dune is in the book, there's a bit of a time jump. Paul has a younger sister, and at the end of the book, she's like 2 or 3 years old. She's like a toddler. But she's not just a toddler. She went through the ritual of making a reverend mother. And when you become a reverend mother, you basically inherit all of the memories and experiences of every other reverend mother. And what happened to Paul's sister was she went through that process in the womb. Which apparently is a big no-no. Because she was basically a fully formed, cognizant adult from the time she was a developing baby. The 1984 movie includes that. I know, and it's weird. And she wants a holy war. Questioner, what I say is, give it a try. I feel like this could be a good relationship. I say give it a try. I'm getting some green flags here. You know, you've got good communication with this person. You've shown that you can be good supports to one another. You can have fun together. And that's the makings of a good relationship. So I say go for it. The thing I mentioned yesterday about computers, are they kind of just ignoring that in the movie? I think they mention it, I think they bring it up, but I don't remember to what extent they bring it up. But it is true in the movies still. It's like, they don't have computers, they just have... Like, they still have machines and technology, but they don't have thinking machines. The light energy confuses me so much. They still have machines, they still have technology, they just don't have a computer with like a CPU that's actually like doing the computations, and that's all done by people. The stuff on their bodies, like when they fight, oh, that's their force fields. I'm sorry, I got derailed. We're talking Dune for a minute. The stuff on their bodies is it's a force field. And when the force field, the trick to the force field is that it stops fast projectiles, but it won't stop a slow moving projectile. So what ends up happening is people get trained to fight with like knives and swords, and they're trained how to like cut through a force field by doing it at just the right speed to where it's able to pass through but not get repelled by the field. Also, the reason why they use swords is because if you fire a laser gun at a shield, it creates a really big explosion. It creates like an energy feedback loop, and it creates a massive explosion. It's basically guaranteed to kill everybody around, which is why you see them fighting with swords and knives and stuff. The invention of shields basically made guns and artillery like useless. I had to mute. Are we talking about Gundam or something? We're talking about Dune, pork tree. Okay, back on mute. Worst mod. Didn't we see those explosions in the first movie when they bombed that city? What ended up happening in the first movie is that... Okay. The first movie's been out for a while, so I'm sorry if you haven't seen the first movie, but there's going to be some spoilers for the first movie. The Atreides family, they have a doctor. Most of the great houses have like a doctor on hand. It's like part of their cabinet or whatever. And their doctor is Dr. Yue. All of the doctors in the Dune universe get trained at the same school. And part of that training involves a certain type of conditioning that means that they will be faithful to the house that they work for. There's a lot of like psychological components and a lot of like, you know, assassination and political games involved in the Dune story. So basically, these doctors are supposed to be very trustworthy to the family that they work for. They are trained and conditioned to be faithful to them. But what ends up happening is that the Harkonnens are able to break the conditioning of the doctor in the Atreides family, and they turn him into a betrayer. And he turns off the shield generators, which allows the Harkonnens to use ancient artillery weapons. The artillery weapons would have been useless if the shields had been on, but they had the doctor turn the shields off. And that's why one of the Fremen chants is 1,000 deaths for Dr. Yue. Okay, are we done? I think so. Wait, I had another question. Oh, Porktree was avoiding spoilers for Dune. Oh, okay. So that's why they muted. I thought they just done like science fiction. Dip, sip. Dip, nip, dip, clip, dip, jip. I'm gonna take a gummy and game the rest of the day and talk to my mom about it tonight. Can't thank you and chat enough for being so supportive and helpful. You guys are the bomb. Take good care of yourself, buddy. It's a stressful situation to be in, so you're brave. My name is Jemaru, and this is my official request to have my VIP removed. If I change my mind between writing this and you reading this, please disregard me and un-VIP me no matter how much I try to convince you that I want VIP, even if I lie and say that I didn't write this. So, mod Jemaru is what I'm hearing? You can't be VIP and mod. So if I'm gonna un-VIP Jemaru, you want me to mod Jemaru? We like to see women in moderator positions. What do you say? Should we have another woman moderator? It's Women's Month. Generic name Go was added to the VIP list because generic name Go is one of the new peer support specialists on the Discord. Let's give a round of applause. Not all of the VIPs are peer support, but all of the peer supports are VIP'd. Dipchip, if you have more Dune questions, my DMs are open. Always happy to talk Dune. Can we run a poll for how many people here regularly have a DM buddy during stream? Let's do a poll. Can the options be never, sometimes, often, always? That's good. It's good. So you'd make a great moderator, Dipchip. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the kind of idea that I need from a moderator. Also, you're into Dune now? The makings of a great mod. Also, you don't want to be a moderator? Another great sign that you'd be a good moderator. So what's a DM buddy? I don't have a DM buddy during stream, so what's a DM buddy? Fifth option, no, but I wish I did. Does anybody want to be DM buddies? Is anybody looking for a DM buddy? This is a problem we can solve. Just someone you either support or talk about the questions, etc., etc. Yeah, I like that idea. Porktree says that he is available to be someone's DM buddy. What do you think, Christy G? Do you think Porktree would be a good DM buddy, or do you want to keep looking? No offense, Porktree. Me personally, I think Porktree would be a perfectly fine DM buddy. I'm not saying it's anything about you. Some people might prefer that their DM buddy is a woman. Uh-oh. Dipchip's sub expired. That's no good. Can we do something about that? Can we do something about that? It's time for my shill segment. It's time for my shill segment. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I haven't chilled at all. Dipchip, thank you for subscribing. It's only been 3 months. Feels like it's been so much longer. I have some people who have been subscribed for 30 months and I'm just like, I feel like you subscribed yesterday. 3 months, it feels like a lifetime. I feel like you've been here the whole time. Make it make sense to me. I feel like you've been here forever. There we go, now we're hype training. There we go, now we're hype training. We're hype training, that's what we like to see. See it. So, let me take this opportunity for a hype train. What do I want to listen to? Chat, I'm gonna use this opportunity, this hype train. This is my opportunity to shill. You know I don't like to shill. You know I don't like to ask for support. You know I like to just give it away for free. But a man's gotta eat. A man's gotta eat. And I'm a big dude. Gotta eat a lot of food. Also, I got cats. Gotta feed the cats too. Dip Chip gifted 5 gifted subs? Let's fucking go.
Here is the dome, back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump, and I'm here to
It's time that we remind everyone that with your contributions, your bits and gifted subs, you can help this community and others to gain access to the mental health support that they need for free. These gifted subs help to bring new people in, join the community, become a part of the conversation. I knew I was right. I knew I was right having Cutie Cheeks help me write that script. That's good. That's good shit. Making Cutie Cheeks mod was one of the best decisions I've made in my life. Do I say this to you after I leave? About you after I leave stream? No pork trait. What I do is, I treat you like I treat any of my other friends, and I like to give you shit, but it's because I care about you. Sometimes banter is I feel like bantering is a love language. I feel like having good banter with somebody can be a love language. I feel like that's an undervalued and underestimated love language that we don't really talk about. Cutie Cheeks, thank you for that gifted sub. We're getting there. I was typing that before I even said it. Wow, our brainwaves, they're so synchronized. Banter is good. I agree. It's important to be able to talk about your feelings and be open and honest and sensitive and receptive. There's a time and place for that. But I feel like also being able to just like get a laugh from yourself, you know, just not take yourself so seriously. I feel like that's really important. Trauma teaches us that we have to take our emotions and take ourselves very seriously. And that can generate a lot of stress for us in the long run. What we want to try to do, take ourselves as seriously as we need to, but not take ourselves too seriously. Alright, we're on a hype train. Where are my non-subs at? Is anybody not subscribed? Anybody not subscribed? You might get lucky. This is our hype segment. You don't want to miss this train. It just brings me so much joy seeing this community support itself. I love to see it. You're a good group of people, and I'm happy to know you. I had a breakthrough in therapy today regarding my trauma and how to deal with it in the moment when those feelings came up. Doesn't that feel so good? The baby wants a holy war, it's true. And the baby ends up starting their own cult. Lately, I don't know, I feel like I need to shill more or shill harder, but I'm practicing. I feel like I'm getting better at it. I hope I'm getting better at it. Casey said if I don't hit 300 subs, consequences will never be the same. The baby wants a holy war. Evil, evil baby. Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. Thank you for the 300 bits, Pork Tree. Thank you for all the hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This will conclude the hype train. Thank you for participating. Do you ever have a DM buddy during stream? It looks like either you do or you don't. Most people seem to not, but a fair number of people do, and they do so regularly. For those of you who do, what do you feel it does for you? Do you feel like it adds to the experience? I feel like a lot of people don't because they either lurk or they chat in the main chat with everybody. Nobody's forcing me to do therapy for the LGBTQ. That's just me being an ally. I take my ally role very seriously. I take my ally role very seriously. I do it sometimes and I enjoy it. It can feel less disruptive when you're having a more direct conversation anyways. I feel like I need to have more DMs. I feel like I need more people that I talk to. Jake shows up after a hiatus. Who knows where Jake's been? Just posts a gif of men kissing in the Discord. Thank you, Jake. Don't forget, it's Worry-Free Wednesday. I like to post these because I think they're really funny. And they're always a bit of a clusterfuck, but this is probably one of the most clusterfucky that I've seen. But I guess we could have a mod chat or something. Lots of streamers do that. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings obliteration. Yeah, the litany against fear goes hard as fuck. The litany against fear goes very hard. I've got anxiety. The mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. A process that cannot be understood by stopping it. We must move with the flow of the process. We must join it. We must flow with it. Let go. So yeah, I told you, that's why I love Dune. They've got some great quotes in there. It's got some great quotes in there. I have a psych appointment tomorrow. I haven't had my meds in a year because of an ongoing shortage. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. If you want some real banger quotes, you gotta last through to the 4th book. The 4th book has some really interesting quotes. The 4th book gets very philosophical, very existential. A lot of commentary on what does it mean to be a human? What does it mean to live in a civilization? Like, what sort of, like, the ways in which, like, we control each other and the way that that is tied to our naturalistic biological impulses and stuff. It's interesting stuff. Probably be done in 2 weeks. Maybe. Maybe. Like, how long did it take me to get through the 3rd and the 4th book? The 3rd book is good, but the 4th book is better. There's nothing that's really wrong with the 3rd book, it's just like, it's a space opera. There's a lot of moving things into places and getting things to where they need to be so that you can have this very dramatic climax. When I read, I don't do anything else, I fear. That's ADHD for you, huh? Something grabs your interest and you're like, well, I know what's going to occupy my attention for the next foreseeable future. I remember being told that by book 4 Harry Potter was going to be good when I read through book 4 and was like, well, I guess I can stop now. Yeah. I remember really enjoying the books as like a teenager. I read through the Harry Potter books somewhat recently, actually, and was gagged how bad they were. Yeah, there's some parts in there that's just like, okay, what is going on? Like, what are they doing? What are they talking about? Then you realize, oh yeah, this was written for children and teenagers. So of course the quality is just not really gonna be as consistent. But I do remember liking them when I was young. Also, I mean, there were some pretty big red flags at the time, you know, just the name of some of the characters that were used doesn't really sit well. It's like, oh, you have one Asian character. Let's give him a made-up name that just has Asian sounding. Like, it's bad. It's bad. Whoop. Let her pass that. Yeah, me too. Fuck transphobes, if I'm being honest. It's like, if you gotta go out of your way to just be hateful to trans people, it's like, what the fuck have they ever done to you except for exist? It's like, they're just trying to live. Like, and it's very clear that you're just trying to find someone to blame your problems on. Tale as old as time. We need a new popular wizard IP. And just imagine, Dip Chip, imagine that it was written by a trans person. Imagine that you wrote it. Maybe you could write the next wizard story. Chosen One stories are appealing too. Yeah. I'm dyslexic, and when I got to the 4th Harry Potter book, I thought the title was Harry Potter and the Goblin of Fire. The entire book, I thought they lit a goblin on fire. I was pretty horrified. I'm gagged. I'm gagged, I fear. Well, I'm gagged. I don't have much to report about these daily productivity routines. I've been seeing videos about them, and I've, just been doing some research on these techniques and these routines that people do that are supposed to boost your productivity. It's based on science. It's based on, like neuroscience. And so I'm going to start slowly incorporating some of these things, and I'm going to try to build up onto this routine. I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know how it goes. I'm trying to build more healthy routines for myself. You gotta follow your own advice, you know what I mean? But no, I've just been watching videos and learning about like the science behind it, and it's like, it makes sense, it's logical, it's scientific, but it also just kind of feels like something that I've noticed. And I don't mean to attribute this to just straight men, but I am a straight man, so it's just kind of what I notice within that space, especially for like content creation. A lot of min-maxing. Like, oh, so there's something about, the consumption of salt and citric acid that can help to inhibit your hunger and allow you to fast appropriately. So in the morning, you drink a glass of salt water with lemon juice, and it just sounds miserable. And then you have to like take cold showers and shit. I'm just like, it's a lot. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to ask somebody to do. I knew a guy who ate a clove of raw garlic every day. I'm like, why? You can't just like incorporate the garlic into your food. It's like you're just like, garlic's good for you. Let me throw one back. What? Huh. Huh. Every morning? Huh. They say that cold showers help boost your dopamine. Apparently, cold water releases more dopamine than hot water does. So this whole morning routine thing that's like developed by a neuroscientist, it's based on like, how do you spike your dopamine? How do you manage your cortisol levels? And so there's a lot of like science behind it, and it makes sense, and I want to start trying some of it. But a lot of it does kind of have that like gym bro feel. And I want to try to take some of those techniques and some of that science and help people who aren't into the like gym bro lifestyle. Like maybe instead of going to the gym and doing cardio, you can put on some music and dance. Just dance around your place. You know? You don't have to go to the gym to do that. You can just dance at home. Try to make it fun. But no, the stuff that I'm talking about was developed by neurologist Andrew Huberman. And he's the head of the neurology department at like Stanford or something, so, you know, he's a smart guy, he knows his stuff, but I feel like there's definitely like, it feels a little bit min-maxy. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate min-maxing. Do you know what I mean when I say min-maxing? Hopefully I'm not confusing people when I say min-maxing. But if you're not familiar with the concept of min-maxing, it basically comes from you're putting all of your effort and focus and attention into the things that are beneficial, and you are minimizing everything that isn't a direct benefit to you. Maximizing and minimizing. You are min-maxing. And I guess my problem with that is that it's just not very realistic. It's kind of try-hardy, if I'm being honest. And not everybody wants to be a try-hard all the time. Sometimes people just want to live. Sometimes people want to have fun. Sometimes people want to take it easy. That's okay. It also seems super like hard to quantify that stuff. Let me break it down for you a little bit more. A lot of this is measured through like blood tests and like neurological measures, you know, like reading your brain activity and stuff like that. But apparently one of the things that I recommend is after you wake up in the morning, wait a little bit to get your caffeine. Because when you wake up, your cortisol levels are high, and you want those cortisol levels to go back down a little bit before you take caffeine. So you want to wait like an hour and a half or 2 hours after you wake up to have caffeine. Otherwise, you're just giving yourself more cortisol in the morning, and you might actually be making your morning more stressful. So just stuff like that. Also, early morning sun exposure. Just having one of the first things you do in the morning be, let me go find some sunlight. What are some other ways to lower cortisol in the morning? Morning meditation. It's another thing they recommend. Which is something that I've recommended, so I'm glad to see that other people are recommending it and doing it too. Like, if you wake up in the morning and you're still not feeling that rested, and you want to feel more rested, you'll feel more rested by doing a little bit of meditation than you will by going back to sleep. When you go back to sleep and then you wake up, you just end up feeling more tired. You very rarely feel more rested. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing this I'm gonna try to start doing this, or at least implementing more of this routine into my life. Maybe I'll make some tweaks. Is cortisol the stuff in eggs? No, that's cholesterol. Cortisol. Cortisol is the stress hormone. There are different hormones in our brain. Some of us make us feel good, some of us make us feel bad. Cortisol is a stress hormone. Whenever you are in a high state of stress, your brain has a lot of cortisol in it. It seems like there's a diagnosis for everything these days. How can we guard ourselves from believing something's wrong with us every time we hear a new thing, while also being open to thinking about those things and if they may be a problem for us or not? This is a really good question. This is a really good question, so I'm glad you asked. I feel like as a society, we put a lot of emphasis on the importance of a diagnosis. What is a diagnosis? A diagnosis is just a diagnostic tool. It's a label. It's there to allow people from the outside looking in to get a better sense of perspective about the struggles that a person is dealing with. So I agree that there is a lot of emphasis on diagnosis. But getting a diagnosis or being diagnosed doesn't really do much to help you heal. It just gives you an idea of what type of issues you're trying to work on. So how can we guard ourselves from believing something's wrong with us every time we hear a new thing? The way that I do that is by reminding myself that there is a phenomenon that exists in psychology. It also exists in medical school with practicing doctors. One of the things that can happen when you learn about a new condition or you learn about it like a mental illness or something, you learn about it and then you start to wonder, do I have this? Because you find it relatable, or you start to feel like you're manifesting the symptoms. Happens all the time. The thing about mental illness is that the things that happen to a person who is mentally ill happen to everyone, just at different levels of severity, intensity, and duration. When we think of mental illness, It's the same things that happen for most people as a part of having a human life, just taken to a very high level, to a level where it's very pervasive. It interferes with other aspects of your life. It interferes with your relationships. It interferes with your functioning. So, if you were a person who is just learning about mental illness and you start to read about ADHD or bipolar disorder or any number of conditions, and then you look back at your life and you're like, huh, there have been times in my life where I felt really high, and then there are also times where I felt really low. Maybe I have bipolar. It's my opinion that what matters most in that is, what are your symptoms, and what do you want to do to manage those symptoms? The way that you treat mental illness is through symptom management. You have to identify the symptoms and then practice new behaviors to deal with those symptoms. So there's no problem with being self-aware, but we want to try not to overthink ourselves. We want to remember that we're human, give ourselves the benefit of the doubt, and just be honest and real with ourselves. If you think that something is a problem with you in your life, then it might be a problem. What can be really helpful when it comes to this is getting some perspective. Whenever we look back at ourselves and our lives, we tend to be more harsh. We tend to be more critical. Sometimes we misattribute this to being more honest with ourselves, but that's not always the case. Sometimes we can just be very judgmental and harsh when it comes to our lives and our experiences. So, what I find to be most important, what are your symptoms? What is it that is struggling, or what is it that you're struggling with? What is it that is a challenge for you? In what ways do you feel like things are interfering with your ability to function? Whether it be, in any aspect of your life. Your personal relationships, your family relationships, your work life, your ability to have leisure time, your ability to relax and have fun. So, to sum up, society puts a lot of emphasis on diagnosis, and diagnosis can be stigmatizing. A diagnosis can stick with you for your entire life, and you can actually start to identify more and more as that diagnosis. Like, if you live 20 years with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, you start to view your life and your behaviors and your actions through that lens. It's like, well, I have bipolar disorder, so this is how I should act because I have bipolar disorder. I've just seen it happen sometimes with people. People will have a diagnosis for decades, and it feels like they haven't really made much work or much progress on that diagnosis, and because on some level that diagnosis has become a part of their identity. It gives them a sense of self. And that's why I try to tell people, don't tie up any more of your identity into your pain than you absolutely have to. Just think about TikTok and think about all the kids on TikTok that convince themselves that they have Tourette's syndrome, or convince themselves that they have DID, or they've convinced themselves that they have any number of conditions because it's socially reinforced. A lot of people who have severe and persistent mental illness tend to primarily associate with other people who have severe and persistent mental illness. I guess what I'm trying to say is focus more on the symptoms. The symptoms are what you have the power to do something about. And if you manage the symptoms and you don't meet the criteria for the diagnosis anymore, then the diagnosis can be removed. In order to still meet the criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have the same symptoms. But you can learn to manage those symptoms. Therapy, medication, coping skills, mindfulness. Sometimes your brain just needs a little bit of time to rewire. But yeah, we are a diagnosis-focused society. We tend to just obsess over labels. Don't ask me why. We should make a healthy diagnosis so we can identify with those symptoms. All you gotta do is just ask yourself every day, what would I be doing if I was just a little bit healthier? Just keep working on becoming that version of you. It's honestly not a bad idea. It's called visualization. And it worked for me, especially when it came to depression. I just kept asking myself every day, what would I do if I was just a little bit happier? And then I would make myself do those things. Small little things, but meaningful things. Tiny steps, but they accumulate. And eventually, you start to make some serious progress. The best thing that you can invest in is yourself. Be sure that you're investing in your own wellness, your own happiness. Nobody that can make sure that happens quite like you can. You want a quote? You want a quote from the 4th Dune book? No spoilers, by the way. It is difficult to live in the present, pointless to live in the future, and impossible to live in the past. would like a healthy diagnosis, please. What does healthier look like to you? What sort of things are you trying to work on? What sort of things are you trying to change? I wonder how helpful it would be to do a slideshow on healthy habits. I wonder. I try not to give too much advice. Because most advice just doesn't go listened to. That's just a problem. We just can't help ourselves. We just want to give people advice. The trick of therapy is I need to sell you on the idea that you are worth the work that you need to do to find the life that you want to live. Because I can't do the work for you. Only you can do that work. So I have to try to sell you on the idea that you are worth it. And that you can find that life that you're looking for. Also, it can't be my idea. It has to be your idea. We tend to follow advice when we feel like it's our own idea. We're like, oh yeah, I had a good idea. It felt like a good idea to do this thing. We're more likely to do it when we feel like we're the ones who came up with that idea. But if somebody just comes along and says, hey, you want to live a really happy life? Do all of these things. This is going to be like, well, now who are you telling me what to do? Well, why should I listen to you, huh? Just a thought. No, I get it. I'm just being weird today. I can't stop snacking. Just been eating popcorn for the last 3 hours. You know what it is? It's the equinox. It was the equinox yesterday. It was the equinox yesterday. Which feels like coming out of a cocoon. Winter is done. Spring is here. Imagine if we treated healthy like a disease with symptoms. I feel like you're onto something. There are symptoms. There are conditions that one would view as healthy. Also, the concept of healthy, it's like there are some things that people view as healthy that clearly aren't healthy. So we just want to try to make sure that we're as objective as possible. Do I have any book recommendations for relationships? It's not a book recommendation. This is more of a topic recommendation. And this is something that you can talk about in your relationships. You can do it as a way to learn more about each other. And that is your love language. I'm not sure how I feel about like books about relationships. I feel like relationships need healthy communication. And that as long as you have healthy communication in a relationship, there isn't much that you can't figure out. There isn't much that you can't work through or talk about. What I always tell people, what I think is, and I want to actually do a stream about this someday. I want to have Casey come on with me, and I want us to talk about our love languages. Take a little quiz, figure out what our love languages are. If you haven't heard of these before, your love language is the way that you communicate love. I have an issue of being too uptight to have lengthy, lighthearted conversations, even with family. I don't think that there's anything wrong with not wanting to have that style of conversation. Why do you think that that might be? Okay, I do have a book, actually. I do have a book. It's called Super Communicators. It's called Super Communicators, and it's all about how to become a better communicator. And in my experience, relationships are all about healthy, effective communication. Am I a therapist? Yes. I want to go to therapy, but I tried to go one time and it turned me off from trying. The counselor just wasn't helping. The thing is that in therapy, that first session, you have to give some consideration to, what was I expecting? You have to ask yourself, what was I expecting from the therapist in this meeting? That's one of the first things that I like to talk about with somebody whenever we would start therapy together. I'd be like, what are you looking for here? And so sometimes that first session, you might feel like you didn't really do anything, but it might still have been important for the therapist to like understand to the best of their ability what it is that you're going through. You can have somebody who's a really good therapist, but they might not be a very good therapist for you. That's the thing about therapists, is that different people respond differently to different approaches and different types of person. Some people feel more comfortable talking about their problems with a person who maybe they have a similar upbringing or they resemble them more in like a physical sense. That was also my Rutgers University therapist. No comment. Now I have Medicaid and I don't know where to find a therapist with that. Google, my friend. Or there might be a number that you can call on the back of your Medicaid card, if you've got a Medicaid card. Or you go online and you look for therapists that accept Medicaid near you. Most cities will have like a community mental health center that will provide, you know, medication services, counseling, case management, all those types of things, while accepting Medicaid and Medicare. The places that I worked all took Medicaid. They were all community mental health places. It's normally private practices that might not take Medicaid. A lot of private practices don't do Medicaid. Some of them don't even do private insurance. Some of them just make you pay them outright. Is Medicaid more complicated or less lucrative? What's the reason behind that anyway? Well, a lot of people are on Medicaid because they are perhaps disabled in some way, you know, that makes them eligible to receive that benefit. People who work at offices that accept Medicaid tend to not make as much money because the state is paying for it. And sometimes it can be a hassle to get appropriate billing from, like, Medicaid. It's just a whole other aspect of complication when it comes to, like, health services. Arguing with billing. Is Medicaid more complicated? Yes. It can actually be quite complicated to get onto Medicaid and then to also keep your Medicaid. Most places where if you are on Medicaid, you have to reapply. Some places make you reapply like every year. And that can be an extensive, you know, drawn out process that can be difficult to manage. Which is why some places, like the place that I worked, it had a literal Medicaid specialist. Like, all that they did was help people get connected with Medicaid. They were just very, very good at that. They knew somebody in the state capital that they could send stuff to directly to help to expedite them. It's like, if you're trying to get on Medicaid, I recommend going to a community mental health center and asking them if they have a Medicaid specialist. They might be able to get you Medicaid pretty quickly. If you're on Medicaid and you're looking for some additional support, like therapy or whatever, I would look into community mental health places. They're all over. A lot of them will do like group therapy, and you might be able to get into group therapy quicker than you would be able to get into individual therapy. Sometimes with individual therapy there can be a little bit of a wait. But a lot of times when it comes to getting you into the groups, they can do that pretty quickly. You might have to do like an intake screening or something, but most likely not anything too ridiculous. How are we doing? We hanging in there? You want the wheel? Anybody need the wheel? If I bust the wheel out, how you feeling? You know that feeling where it's like you're about to do something that you know is going to be good for you and you know it's going to help you, but it's also going to kind of suck? Like you're sitting outside of the gym and you're just like, ah, here we go again. Whatever that feeling is, that's the feeling I feel. I'm quite aware of the changes that I need to make to improve my quality of life, to improve my brain functioning. So that sometimes following through and sticking with those changes, it's exhausting. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let's start doing my Huberman routine. Start drinking my salt water. Disgusting. You need to push yourself. Same, honestly. I understand the importance of going easy on yourself. I understand the importance of being kind and compassionate and patient and understanding with yourself. But there's also a time where it's just like, okay, so what do you want to do about it? Like, you identify how you're feeling. You know why you're feeling the way that you feel. You understand the underlying trauma that influenced your current set of behaviors. You know why you are the way you are right now. So what do you want to do about it? Feeling kind of helpless. The electro dog experiment has been stuck in my head. Sorry for sticking that in your head. If it's any consolation, the dogs are okay. The dogs are fine now. If you think that was bad, you should hear about the psychology experiments where we shocked people. What do you want to do about those feelings? What do we want to do with them? The reminder of the existence of suffering in the world should not cause us to suffer unnecessarily. It should motivate us to prevent and to relieve suffering whenever possible. You've been reading about the sick shit that we do to animals and kids? Why? Just a little bit of light reading, just a little bit of a mood boost. Okay, I've been a little upset and a little bothered. Let me read about some horrifying things. It's like the people that I see who are addicted to true crime and then they wonder why they're anxious all the time. It's like, because you're always learning about some new, weird, outlandish way that you could get maimed and murdered. Maybe we could redirect our imagination into something a bit more fun, something a bit more uplifting. You love true crime? I knew it. I knew it. People out here anxious all the time, and then they wonder what's causing it, and I'm like, maybe it's because you just listened to a 3-hour podcast of somebody who just got brutally, like all these people who got brutally murdered, and then there's a part of you that's just like, but what if that happened to me? All things in moderation, okay? All things in moderation. Balance in all things. Like maybe true crime isn't the cause of your anxiety, but it's probably not helping. Let's just put it that way. Like, I don't know about you, but hearing all of these stories of these horrific ways in which people are maimed and murdered, it's kind of a bummer. It's a bit of a bummer. Like, wow, people are terrible. Wow, all of these terrible, horrible things can happen to me. Anyway, time to go make dinner, time to go do my taxes or whatever. It's like, alright. And you wonder. Alright, you earned it. You earned it. It's time. It's time to roll a few balls. Time to roll a few balls. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling cooked. I feel fine. I actually feel pretty good. I just feel a little exhausted, you know? Don't forget, if you type !play1, you get to use the cool ball. Otherwise, you just have the regular golden ball. I feel like this is going to be a good year. I feel like this is going to be a good year for me. It's the year of the dragon, after all. How could it not be? That's my year. I'm sorry, but you're disqualified. You started, you know, across the line here. That's a foul. What are you doing? What are you doing down here? Alright, I'm not gonna wait forever. We're gonna roll these balls. You snooze, you lose, I fear. You snooze, you lose, I fear. I feel like I need to take my content to the next level. And I feel like I'm in the process of figuring out how to do that. Oh, wait, Skeenerbug won. Skeenerbug won! But you also bounced out. I was like, where is Skeenerbug? Bounced out of the bucket. Looking forward to more YouTube videos. I can't wait until I'm in my React era, to be honest. I can't wait until I can be in my React era. Procedural Raceway. The record time for this track is 26 seconds. It's wild. They must have hit this peg and then got flung down into the thing. There's just no way. I don't know, maybe I should just start my React era early. I was gonna wait until after I got partnered to start my React era, but maybe I should start reacting more during the week. Maybe I should just have more of a React day. You know, I've done over 2,000 questions in the question box. I'm like, what else is there to talk about? We've covered it all. We know everything now. We've solved mental health. Yeah, if we did more calls, I would probably just want to have like a day where we do calls. A call-in day, if you will. Where are my balls at? Where are those balls? Still want everyone to watch the interview with the person who has antisocial personality disorder. Let's do it. I could react to other therapists I enjoy. Oh. By the way, I gotta say, I have a pretty high bar. There's a few therapists out there that I really like. Is that in the Discord somewhere? What if we watched it? What if we watched it this week? You gonna watch it tomorrow? You gonna watch it Friday? Let's watch it tomorrow. Fuck it. We're doing reacts. Can I get another ball? Can I get another ball? I'm rolling. Forget it. You snooze, you lose. We're going with 9. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up here soon because I want to go do some grilling. Got some pork chops. I'm gonna do some pork chops on the grill. Sounds good. Gonna do some charcoal. Oh! Well, that didn't work out. You thought you were gonna get sneaky. You thought you were gonna have a shortcut, but nope. You got through. Oh! Happen again. That must be how somebody set the record. They must have got hit out and then actually landed in the bucket. It's wild. Oh no, here I go! Oh, so close. I thought I would be sneaky. If we had a mod team and we had a leader of the mod team, what would that person be referred to as? And also, are we voting? I think it should be vote. What just happened? There's a barrel? Oh, wow. Head mod. I also like Chief mod. America's next top moderator. Oh my god, is the pork tree gonna win? He did it! For the mods! Did it for the mods. A fraction of a second. Look how close that was. All 3 of you right behind each other. The mod emperor. There you go. We'll do one more race before I go cook. We'll do one more race. Look at this one. Doesn't that look fancy? Like, we don't have enough like demand for there to be like a mod team and a mod room and, you know, where mods can go to talk about modly stuff, but I feel that someday we will need that, so just, you know, we're just getting ready for it. We're getting there. Feel it. Feel it on the horizon. Told your therapist about the channel. They wrote down the name. They be watching me right now. Be nice to my moderator. We're gonna have problems. Anyway, this is probably gonna be the last race of the day because I am tired. And I wanna go cook food on the grill. So if you want to roll your ball, if you want your marble to be included, I'm gonna need you to type !play in the chat. They don't know your username now? Well, I mean, if they're here right now, then they do. Unless they just assume that somebody else told their therapist about the channel. What if they were just really bored? What if they just couldn't wait? Like, I need to see what this guy's on about. Alright, we're rolling. You snooze, you lose, I fear. We have had a few say that. That is true. There have been multiple people who have talked to their therapists about this channel, and for the most part, you know, the feedback has been good. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds really cool, actually. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds great. It's never therapists that come in here and criticize. It's always the people who... Oh my god, are you serious? Oh. Serious? It's disgusting. Oh. Wait, how did Cork Charm get all the way up there? What happened? Cork Charm's gonna take it easily. Cork Charm is good at marbles. Some people are just born with it. Expertly rolled. Expertly rolled. Okay, we'll do one more quick one. That one was really fast, so we'll do one more. That one only took a minute. We'll do one more. But I want to do another one that's fairly quick. So we're gonna do Off the Rails. I think you were too early. You were too fast. This is a speed round. You need to get in now. This is a speed round. I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to get in here. I'm not gonna count out loud. I'm just gonna count internally. Lucky I'm counting slowly. We're ready. Let's roll. Rorschach with the early lead here. But zoom back a little bit so we can see. It's now right as it started. What can I say? We play marbles as exposure therapy to deal with procrastination. What can I say? I've revealed my secrets. This is just me helping to teach you to not procrastinate. Low stakes, but meaningful nonetheless. Didn't realize we were doing one more. Yeah, because I lied and I said the last one was the last one, but it was a short one, so I wanted to do one more. We've got a close one here as Rorschach and Skeenerbug work their way through the final obstacle. Alright. Who's gonna make it into the tunnel first? We've got a bouncy tunnel here and balls can get thrown out. Let's see if they are able to make it through. Right, and it's gonna be Substitute Scholar first down the tunnel, and they make it safely into the basket. Substitute Scholar for the win. With Rorschach right behind. Oh my god, I got overbounced. It's just not my day. It's just not my day.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
That's how I feel today. That's my word of advice today. That's my word of advice today. One more for the folks in the back. We're gonna run it back.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
All good advice includes swears. It's true. Congratulations, Substitute Scholar, for winning the marbles run. As for me, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna go make some food, then I'm gonna chill. Tomorrow is another day. Until then, we'll be back again tomorrow, everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow. You know where to find me. Right here. 1 p.m. CST. I'm multi-streaming. I forgot if I've been multi-streaming I broadcast the stream onto YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Kick. I'm on all the platforms. I mean, not all the platforms. There's way too many platforms, actually. But yeah. Until then, voyage, voyage. We'll be back again tomorrow. Bye, everybody.